Well, guys, as the title says, I am ready for a change. I've been playing 10-minute games on chess.com for a while, and I have decided that I'm going to bump up that time control and start playing longer time control games. Specifically, 30 minutes is where I'm thinking I'm going to try. Now, a couple of reasons for this. Number one, everybody has been telling me, Nelson, just play longer time controls because you need time to explain. I think that makes a lot of sense. And so that's one reason. Another reason, if I ever do in the future decide to play in like over the board tournaments to go for IM or GM or something, they're going to be longer games. You don't become a grandmaster playing 10-minute games. It's just not how it works, right? You play longer time control games. So I think the switch from 10 minutes to 30 minutes makes sense looking towards the future. I need to get better at long-term plans and not just going with my instinct every single move, okay? Which you kind of have to do in 10-minute games. You can't really sit there in a 10-minute game and spend 5 minutes thinking about all these plans, right? So that's part of the reason, 30 minutes, okay? And then also, I'm really curious. There's been a lot of cheating stuff going on. I actually have an update for you in just a second. But, 10 minutes is kind of the sweet spot for cheaters. It's short enough that they probably don't get bored. It's long enough that they're not going to lose on time. They have plenty of time to, even if it takes them 10 seconds to relay the move, like they're going to be able to beat you pretty much every time. I wonder, maybe 30 minutes, cheaters are just like, this is too boring, and they don't play it. At least that's my hope. So we're going to see. Speaking of cheating, the player from 2 streams ago who made some bad moves in the beginning and then, turned it on later, halfway through the game, they are banned. So way to go, chess.com, for catching that. I got my 9 points back, so we're up to 23.98. All right. Having said that, I'm going to click play. Now, I don't know how quickly I'm going to be able to get a match. Oh, awesome. That was great. I was like afraid it was going to take a while. That was awesome. We've got Davis. And here we go with E4. So we've got 30 minutes. So this is going to be a much slower paced game. I'm going to have more time to do more of a proper blunder check. And especially just long-term plans, right? I have time to think through that. And I don't know if my opponent is going to abort, is what it looks like. What's up, Rob? How you doing? Hey, Alexandra. Connor, what's going on? Good to see you guys. Okay, we do have a move, and he's going for a Caro-Kann. So let me play D4. And let's see. At least Dan the Man isn't on since it's earlier in the day. Exactly right. Exactly right. Okay. So I don't need to think yet. We're still playing moves that I am quite familiar with. And it'll be interesting to see too, how do the lines that I play, these kind of, let's just say dubious gambits, how do they work at the 30-minute range compared to 10 minutes, right? That'll be an interesting thing to kind of keep an eye on as we go through this game. But I'm pretty confident that even at 30 minutes, there's a lot of problems for my opponents to solve, especially in this line that I'm going to play where I sack the bishop, maybe, if we see that. Of course, black can do some different things, but I think I'm still pretty confident playing that. So at least for this stream and probably the next couple, I'm going to be doing these 30-minute games just to see how I like it. See if I notice any differences, see if it helps me with my long-term plans a little bit more. And also, doing the extra blunder check to make sure I don't make those silly mistakes. Hopefully should be nice. Okay, so far we are following the main line here. E6, knight g5, bishop g6. All the usual stuff. And you can already tell the cadence of my opponent is much slower, right, than in the 10-minute game. And this tells me that they're probably, trying to do a blunder check. They're probably like, "Okay, let me be careful. Let me make sure it's just the move I want to play," which you don't see so much of that in the 10-minute games, right? The only reason I'm not doing it yet is because I already know these moves, right? There's no reason to waste time on moves that I have already studied and played. I know exactly what I need to play. But I will get to a point where I will slow down and start to do the blunder check and that kind of thing. Okay, so again, I'm still in my opening preparation here with knight g5. And we will see if black notices the threat. We do have an immediate threat here. There's two ways you can do it. Usually you could take on f7, luring the king here so it's in line with the bishop. This pawn is no longer defending the bishop. We take. Or you can also take the bishop first, luring the pawn away, and then jump in with the fork here. Hey, Ryan, should newbies start on 30-minute games? I would say yes. I think 10 minutes is probably pretty fast. Because when you're first learning, you want to make sure that you're getting the thought process correct. And bishop takes c2. Let me finish the answer. Yeah, so you want to make sure you're getting the thought process correct. If you're rushing because of the time, you're probably maybe creating bad habits. So yes, if you're just starting out, definitely recommend 30 minutes if you can swing it. I have seen this move before, and I don't think it's a bad move for black. I think it's a good move. I just don't see it very often, and I'm trying to remember what is my response supposed to be. Of course, if I take, his plan is he's going to go queen takes d4, I move, and then he grabs my bishop. That doesn't look very good for me, because not only do I lose 2 pawns, I also trade these bishops, which is not a good decision. So I definitely don't think we take the bishop. Queen e2 is the move that's coming to my mind. Or maybe queen d2. No, I don't think queen d2, because then he just goes back, and it's like we get the same position, except I've played queen d2, which is a really silly-looking move. No, I think queen e2 is my instinct here. And the reason is, obviously, we attack the bishop. If he just goes back, then maybe I sack, and I think this is a very useful move, and I think black's move of taking this is like, I don't really know if you really want to do that in that position, right? Because we're going to just bust open the king, knight's jumping in, and black has to be extremely careful. So I like that. Now, let's talk about queen takes d4. There's bishop e3 with the tempo gain, which looks very good. I get all my pieces out. I'm ready to attack. I think queen e2 is perfect. So since this is a 30-minute game, I'm going to just pause for a second and do a more thorough blunder check than I would normally do in a 10-minute game. So queen e2. Are there any undefended pieces? No, everything is defended except the pawn, which we already talked about. There's going to be a check. Going to play bishop e3, attacking his queen. This is defended. Does he have any follow-up moves with the queen that I should be concerned with? No, no, no. I mean, you can go, let's see, backwards. That doesn't really bother me. No, no, no. You can go here, but who cares if you take? Okay, I don't see anything. The knight could jump in, but no, his queen's under attack. He doesn't have a way to attack my queen. Yeah, everything looks in order. I've done my blunder check. Let's just make sure there's not any other moves that might jump out at me. Bishop can't go anywhere. It can go back, but I'm going to just attack, I think. I think I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm happy with that. Let's go queen e2. And it doesn't mean that you're never going to blunder, but the idea is you should really lower the occurrence of blunders significantly when you're doing that more thorough blunder check, right? Okay, so he goes back. That's kind of what I expected. And now I'm probably going to go with the sacrifice. Okay, the idea is after captures, I could take with the queen. That doesn't really make sense. Probably just plays bishop e7. I don't really have too much in that position. So definitely going to be taking with the knight. Also defends my pawn. Now he could take that first, which we'll come back to in just a second. But first, let's just analyze this one. So takes, takes, takes. Queen is under attack. And I also have the queen here. So I'm really expecting he would play a move like queen e7. But then I have bishop. Actually, is bishop g5 a good move? Maybe bishop g5. Maybe knight c7 check. King moves. Trade the queens. Or just take the rook. It's getting complicated. I definitely like my attacking chances, though. And I think you have to play queen e7. If you don't play queen e7, then I get the discover check. If you move here, I come in. Yeah, he's falling apart. He's just falling apart. Okay, so yeah, I'm definitely thinking it's going to be takes, 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 queen e7. And then bishop g5 looks pretty good. Probably a lot of moves. Okay, so I'm pretty comfortable with that position. Let's talk quickly about this in-between move. Does that change anything? No, because then I can go bishop e3. Again, with the tempo, and he's probably going to be falling apart at that point. Okay, so let's, again, do the more thorough blunder check. Am I missing any crazy moves here? I don't believe so. He's got to move the queen. You pretty much have to go to e7. The very minimum, I have knight c7. But bishop f4 also, bishop g5. Well, yeah, lots of good opportunities. So I think we take it. I think we take it. Maybe there's bishop e7 at that moment. But still, I have to kind of try to attack. So I think this has got to be the move. Okay? I'm going to take it. Yeah, somebody asked about bishop f5. So now that it's passed, we can talk about that. So yeah, bishop f5 is always a bad spot for the bishop because I have tactics. In this case, there's a pin, so I could just simply take it. But even if there wasn't a pin, it's still going to be good for me because of the follow-up fork, right? So bishop f5 usually, that's why I played knight g5 in the first place, to make that bishop move. You can't just leave it sit there. It does go bishop e7. Okay. So, yeah, this is... Whoa. Whoa. Okay, I just noticed something super interesting. My, my opponent's last 3 moves, they literally spent 42.3 seconds. Exactly 42.3 seconds on the last 3 moves. How do you even do that? Even if you wanted to do that, how do you do that? How do you get it to the exact 10th of a second, 3 moves in a row? That's blowing my mind. Okay. You know, maybe I regret what I said about 30-minute games. All right. Well, I'm going to just pretend like it's a legit person. Let's just play this out. He is playing some pretty nice moves, but that's all right. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, I think this is the best line for black actually. You just cuz I don't want to take that, I lose a piece. He's just going to be able to castle now. I think I just have to move my bishop back. Yeah, so if we take, we don't have anything. I mean, even if we throw in a check, it doesn't really, there's no follow-up. He just moves. No reason to do that. I think I'm still okay sacking this pawn because of the tempo gain with the bishop. D5 is probably a move I should consider. But it does open up some potential checks, so we have to be a little bit careful. If they take me and I take happens. No, it's... I mean, maybe that's playable. Queen B5, knight comes out. We take here. The D5, But if he just takes my bishop, well, I don't think my attack is super great anymore. And I don't really have a threat. He could just castle too. Like, what am I even doing? It doesn't threaten anything. No, I don't think we should do that. All right, I think we got to go back. Let's go bishop to B3. I am going to actually do a little bit of investigating on this person. Okay, wow. Is interesting. No, they have a lot of losses. It looks legit. It looks like they're legit. My mind is still blown by how they played 3 moves in the exact same amount of time, though. They had a 95.7 accuracy game, but that was just one game. Yeah, okay. I don't know. Maybe it's a coincidence. It's just, I've never seen that before, like the exact same amount of time. That's crazy. Because like even mine, I was super close, but it was 2 minutes and 44 seconds and then 2 minutes 43.7. Like I didn't get it exactly right. Anyway, but let's go bishop b3. I think this is good because we gain a tempo. We let our rook out. And yeah, that should be fine. Okay. So we need to look for tactics. That's the first thing. Always let's just start with the sacrifices on the weak squares. So like for example, we take. The king is lured out. Cool. Do we have a follow up? I don't really see anything. I mean, there's a check. But so what? There's this. So what? Like no, there's no follow up. So we can probably abandon that. The queen is undefended, and it's in line with my queen. So that's always a signal of like, let's look for tactics. You never know, right? The problem is the king is on the wrong color of my bishop, so I can't check it. And any other moves doesn't, I mean, that just gets a free piece. If I go here, it's a free piece. If I go here, he's just going to trade. I don't really want to trade queens. Again, he just trades queens and I lose a piece. Like there's no good moves. But you always want to consider those things. We do have knight f3, where we could just drop it back and hit the queen like that. Or we could just bring our piece over. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're down 2 pawns. We have a lead in development, and black is not castled yet. Looks like we're not going to be able to stop them. Yeah, I mean, knight f3 is interesting because I don't really need it here anymore. This is a relatively useless threat at this point. So I think I am going to play knight f3 just to see where the queen moves. And maybe if the queen moves like somewhere here, we get the option to go like, let's say bishop c5, and we can line up. Okay, so they do go to c7. So now I have the question, is this a good move? And it looks like it is. And here's why. Because remember, if they castle, the king is totally safe and our advantage really goes away. But now you can't castle, you lose a piece. So if you can't castle, what do you do? Well, you could, let's see, you can't attack me here because it's checkmate. You could attack me here. And if I take, you take. Yeah, so knight a6 could be a move. Let's see, takes, takes, rook e1, takes, takes. Even though my rook gets active, I don't feel like we have quite enough there. So that being said, it might be my best chance because if black is able to castle here, guys, I think I'm just in big trouble. I don't think we have any compensation if he's able to castle. So I kind of feel like I'm almost obligated to play this move. And knight a6 or even b6. These are the moves that I'm concerned about. Knight a6, I could go all the way back, but then there's going to be c5. Now c5 comes at a price because you do let my knight invade. So that's not totally out of the question. Also on c5, I could bring the rook over and we again get the pressure. So maybe, okay, so maybe that's the idea. You go back to, sorry, you go back to a3. Okay, okay. I could see that being smart. And what we're trying to do is get him to play a move like king f8, where then you lose castling rights permanently, and then we have a much more better, chance to do something. All right. I think I am going to do that. Let's go bishop c5. So yeah, I'm expecting knight a6 or b6. Those would be the moves that make sense in the position, I think. Maybe king f8. Maybe king f8. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. I don't think there's any other moves black can really play. And you know what's interesting about the okay, we'll talk about that later. So knight a6. Okay. Yeah, I think we just go back with the plan. I don't think we need to take just yet. We'll force him to maybe play c5, which gives us some squares for our knight. And yeah, again, if we force him to play king f8, at least that's a small victory, and we do have some compensation for our lack of pawns because his rook's going to be stuck in the corner, at least for the time being. And my rooks are good to go. I mean, they're ready to go wherever I need them. Of course, there's a check, but it doesn't really do much. I can very easily go to the corner, and then he still has the problem of this bishop. Now it's even worse because he's losing a defender, right? So this is a big deal. Black has to figure out what they're going to do. C5 is definitely a move, but it's going to get a little bit tricky at that point. There's actually a lot of moves I could play. Bishop a4. Knight b. Whoa. Wow. Okay, I didn't see that. He wants me to take, and then he's going to go here. That's pretty clever. Wow. So if I take, he goes check. It's a fork. I move, he takes, and he solves his problem. I guess not totally. I could still play rook e1. Quite the move, though. Quite the move. Well, I don't really see how that helps me to make that trade. So I think I'm just going to bring the rook over. Oh, he's got bishop d3 also, though. Look at that. Or knight to d3. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, knight d3 is not a problem we would take, but bishop d3 is a problem, I think. So I probably need to use this rook to avoid the skewer. You guys see that? Or take, but I don't I feel like that just activates his queen, you know what I mean? So I think I should probably do this. Okay, let's just do the blunder check. I guess he could still go bishop d3, but then I'd probably just move my queen. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Yeah, I think rook e1. Yeah, guys, this guy is spending like about 30 or 40 seconds on every move, which normally I wouldn't be suspicious of, except that it's so consistent. It is so consistent. And he's playing these just like, whoa. Bishop takes c2. Whoa. Here you don't take, you go bishop e7. Whoa. You know, here, knight b4. Whoa. Like, what I don't understand is his other games don't look very good. So I'm not sure what's up. I'm not sure what's up. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, that's probably a good move because he just totally locks out the bishop now. I have no more threats here. Only this. Okay. Well, I kind of want to play king h1 to get away from these potential checks. Also would really like to play rook d1 just to get this d3 square covered. I wish I had a way to apply more pressure, but he's shut that down. So I guess we go rook d1. Yeah, I can't shake the feeling that I'm playing against Stockfish though. I just really can't. Maybe I'm not, but every move just seems spot on. All right, let's yeah, I guess let's bring the rook over. Go here. Yeah, he wants to trade the rooks. That's good. That's smart. Because if I take it, he takes with the king, and then this rook can actually come into the game. Rick, hey, thank you. Awesome. I'm glad you appreciate it. Yeah, definitely it does give me more time to explain stuff, so that's good. A good part. I don't know what to do here, guys. I feel like I'm just getting squeezed again. So I don't think we take, but I don't really know what to do instead. Maybe h3 to stop the knight. Maybe I just go king h1 to avoid any potential stuff here. Don't really see any weaknesses, so I can't really. Maybe 94, but why? Where am I going from there? I can't go to F5. Maybe 94 just to prevent the trade of rooks. That seems reasonable. What if he goes rook d7, though? Because then he's got enough support he can castle. That's really what we have to stop. So maybe I need to leave it there to deal with that. Okay, so by process of elimination, I guess king h1 might be a move that I could at least play. And here I'll probably have to take back with maybe the bishop or the knight. So I keep my threat here. Because like I said, if he's able to castle, you can forget about having any chances this game. He's got 2 extra pawns. He's just going to trade pieces and win the endgame. So I need to keep the king in the center. I think that's clear to me. He does take. I think I will take with the maybe the bishop. I like my knight here, but bishop's not bad either. Maybe the knight can jump somewhere. Know if this is going to be chased away in the future though. Uh, He also might be thinking about 95. Well, if they're going to play the best moves all game, I can't really do anything about it, so I'll just go here. If this is a rice cooker, though, what a way to start the 30-minute change. I mean, come on. Yeah, like the person, they haven't spent less than like 20 seconds on any move, and they haven't spent more than like 40 something seconds on pretty much 90% of the moves. That's weird, right? I mean, you look at my time, I've played a bunch of moves quickly, then I played a bunch of moves slowly. I played a couple quicker and then a couple slower, and yeah, this is exactly what I was thinking Stockfish would do. And he's gonna bring his rook over. Then I have no threat there. I'll just go here and try to bring my rook over or something. I'm gonna try to pin it. He's probably just gonna run, get away from the pin. King c8, I guess. Yeah. All right. Why not? Trying to go for knight b5, but I guess it's probably a blunder. I'm kind of done with this game, to be honest with you guys. I don't understand people. I don't understand. I'm going to go here anyway, try to open up the C file. Maybe he'll turn off the rice cooker and make a blunder. You never know. Trying to open up the king. And maybe... Well, I can't go there because I don't have anything defending it, but if the queen moves, then maybe we can go here, attack the king, and somehow, I don't know, checkmate him. He wants to trade queens. Let's see. Check. Moves to b8. I don't have anything. Check. Again, he just moves to b8. Check. Moves to b8. Takes. Only have time to do that because the knight's coming in. Maybe like this. Yeah. Fortunately. The check here almost looks like a fork, but it's not because there's a pawn there. Yeah, I don't really see much here, guys. I don't know. I'm gonna go king b8. Gonna go king b8. After thinking for 30 seconds, of course. Then he'll play king b8. I just want this game to be over so I can do the procedure. Just, come on, dude. It's king b8. Like, you're clearly so smart. Just play it. Oh, look at that. King b8. All right. He's gonna go knight here or knight here and then try to checkmate me. I can't really stop it easily without going on the defensive. Which means whatever I do has to be pretty much instant. Try to attack. Except I don't see anything. Rook c1. Again, there's no threat. Takes. I mean, I can try to come over here, but it's too slow, I think. Knight here. This is checkmate immediately. I have to go defend it. He jumps in. He's all over me. I'm done for. I don't know. I don't see any moves. So play this. First game. First 30-minute game. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. I mean, I should have known as soon as I saw bishop takes c2. Nobody plays bishop takes c2. Nobody plays that. And then again with bishop e7. We'll try to sneak over here for the checkmate. I don't even think it's checkmate, but we'll just try to do it. He's going to play... Oh, he can't go there. He's going to play knight e4. I think. Queen h5. He wants to move the bishop. Oh, that's also a pretty good move, I guess. Yeah, okay. So if I go here, he's going to go check and take my queen. The question that I have for you guys is how long do you think it's going to take him to do that? I have a guess. Yeah, I'm going to do a little experiment here. I'm going to do a little experiment. I know it's a bad move, but I'm losing anyway. So I'm going to just go there. Super obvious, easy move. 42.3 seconds. Good guess. Good guess. 20 to 40 seconds? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I mean, why would you go here, you know? Oh, probably because you want to do this, right? Yeah. But let's think about it. Let's think about it some more. Let's make sure it's actually a check. Davis, how have you been around for 4 years? 5 years. We're 2025 now. Yeah, let's make it look like we're thinking about a complicated line. I guess is his logic. I don't know. What do people think about? He might be trying to decide between all the good moves because I think you could probably also go here, check, check here. Yeah, there's probably some mate. You might be thinking like, should I go for the mate? Should I go for the queen? Should I don't know. Yes, Rob, he's cooking rice while he's cooking rice. He chooses bishop f4. Okay. I guess this leads to a mate. Yeah, let's see. Is it here? You posted a picture of your opponent in the Breaking 1500 message board 2 days ago. I'm not sure I understand what that means. Posted a picture of my opponent? All right, what is it, guys? Where's the mate? Anybody see it? Is it, let's see, check here. You sack the bishop. What is it? Check here. Oh, maybe it's here. Ah, there it is. You see it, guys? How long do you think it's going to take him for the final move? Any guesses? Strong player. Oh, what do I have to do to get a normal game of chess these days? Man. He's double checking. Wow. What a player. What a strong player, Davis. The moment we've all been waiting for. Yeah. So this one is actually, I guess it's not an engine move because of Queen E2 is second best. I'm supposed to actually play knight takes F7 for a small advantage. This doesn't really look like much of an advantage. Anyway. Yeah, top engine move here, bishop E7. Okay. Actually, not the top engine move. Interesting. That is. Knight B4 is second engine move. A5's top engine move. That's the top engine move. That's the top engine move. That's the top engine move. Yeah, so he did a couple of bad moves, but most of them. And then here, I mean, this is literally the only good move for black. It's super obvious to anybody who's played chess for more than like a couple of years. And then obviously this one at the end was pretty telling too. Yeah, this is the best engine line, bishop f4. Okay, time to report. About as obvious as I've ever seen. It's just weird because looking at this person's other games, it doesn't look like they cheat all the time. So I guess it's just, you just cheat against YouTubers, you just cheat against... No, they even had some bad games against NMs, so they don't just cheat against titled players. I don't know. Like, why do people make the decisions they make? I don't know. Anyway, let's try again. Oh, October 24th, 2024. Seriously? Okay. Seems like it could be legit, so I'll take my chances here. Update the brilliance. Oh, I did have the brilliant move, didn't I? All right, thank you for saying that. I forgot. I actually forgot. I think I'm going to go for a Halloween Gambit. I've not played a Halloween Gambit in a 30-minute time control. Oh, he plays this. No, it's a bad move. The reason it's a bad move is because you allow this tactic. And you get forked. And this is just good for me. And the reason it's good for me, because I can get the center now, push this bishop back. He doesn't want to give this up. And it's just not a good trade. You lose your center pawn, you waste time, and yeah, it's just not a good decision. So already we have a slight advantage here. And the good news is I'm getting vibes that this is a human, which is great. That's great news. Look, notice he played a bunch of moves quickly, paused a little bit. He's thinking. He's thinking. That's how humans play usually. You play a couple moves quickly, wait. The other guy, boom. 20 seconds, 20 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 40. Like, you can tell, right? The question is that Davis guy going to get banned during the stream, or is it going to be later? What do you guys think? Sometimes they happen right away, and then sometimes they happen like months later. Like the one guy who played against the Halloween Gambit and crushed me was like 32 days later he got banned. Okay. So we know we have a good position. Let's talk about why. We have a huge center, and our opponent does not have much at all. This pawn is not doing a lot. We have the bishop pair. Great, against the knight and the bishop. And we're going to have good diagonals for the bishops. That's another thing that's very important. So, for example, I think I'm going to go bishop c4 here. He could play bishop e6. Maybe I'll trade. Yeah, I think that's going to be good for me. So, hold on. Since it's a 30-minute game, I will take time. Let's just make sure if he checks me, I have g3. It's a tempo move. Yes, he can go here, but I would have time to like move my queen somewhere and reposition it. I think we would be just fine. Knight of 6. Probably I will just castle, honestly. With the threat of rook e1 if he takes that. Looks very good. Oh, there's f5. But I could also even just go queen e2, bishop g4, queen e3. Castles. There's also e5 actually. Takes. Trade. Okay, I have a lot of options. I think I'm okay with that. I guess the other thing I could do is put the bishop on d3. Which, yeah, it's a little bit counterintuitive because you think, oh, this is such a nice diagonal, but there is bishop e6. Also, this pawn is undefended. Bishop d3 kind of solves both of those problems. Idea for a series. Chess 960, 10-minute rating climb to at least 1500. Be interesting to see how you think without opening knowledge. Okay, yeah, I could see that. Huh. Yeah, I very rarely, if ever, play chess 960. So, Thank you for the suggestion. I'll definitely think about that. All right. Yeah, I'm torn actually, guys, here between bishop d3 and because on d3, you know, if we push e5 in the future and he's castled over here, that could still be a good attacking diagonal for the bishop. And also this one on bishop e6, let me calculate this. Takes, check, g6, because you don't want to lose castling rights. Check. And I think I win a pawn. Yeah. Probably good enough. So he probably can't go bishop e6. So it's probably going to be knight f6. So let's just say here, knight f6. If I castle and he takes me, normally, I actually have this one. Check, check. Yeah, we need to, this is important. I think we need to calculate this. So bishop c4, knight f6, castles takes. Rook e1 would normally be the good move, but in this case, there's f5, and I need to have a good response to f5. And I don't know if I do. Queen to d5. He could maybe play queen. Let's just say queen f6. What would my move be? I don't know. I don't really see a good move there. So if he takes, I probably have to sack and go with the check on d5. But then he can play bishop e6. I take the knight. Actually, rook here. No, I do have queen takes h7. It's getting interesting. There's something more powerful, like just e5 takes. Oh, I have an idea. Ooh, that's a sneaky move. Oh, okay. What about f5? So bishop c4, knight f6, castles, knight takes e4, f5. The idea is you no longer have a pawn to defend your knight, and I am threatening rook e1. But there's c6 again. The d5 pawn coming. Yeah, okay. So bishop c4, knight f6, maybe we just have to defend. Queen. How about queen d3? Because then we've dodged the bishop g4. Queen d3. He can castle, but then I'm going to castle. Yeah, that's probably fine. So all that to say, both of these moves are probably fine. I will go with bishop c4. But yeah, they both I think were pretty good. Okay, that was a lot of time, but when you're like trying to figure out where to put your pieces and what your developmental plan is going to be in longer time control games, that's usually a good moment to like just pause and really think through some stuff, right? Because you want to make sure you get it right. You don't want to like, well, I'll just go bishop d2 and play c4, and then something happens and you realize like, wait a second, why did I do that? That's not a good plan or something, like. So I think this is a really good diagonal. Talked about what happens on bishop e6. I wanted to make sure I was going to be okay after knight f6. That these are like the most natural moves that my opponent might play, right? So here we are. Net Chess and Chill, what's going on, man? Good to see you here. Yep, thank you. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well too. I did a collab with Net Chess and Chill back in the day. It was a while ago now. Christian asks, am I not worried about the double isolated pawns? That's a very good question. Oh, he goes queen h4. Interesting. So the double isolated pawns, yes, it's a weakness. But remember that he had to, if you go back, he had to give up his bishop to get it. And generally speaking, giving up the bishop pair for the doubled pawns like this is not good enough. It's usually better for the bishops. They're just able to control the board nicely. The game is still early. This is a very bad end game weakness. We're not even in the end game. They have to survive the middle game. And so the fact that I get the center and the bishop pair, I think is absolutely a good trade for the double isolated pawns. Now, if I could magically just for free get them in set up like this, would I do it? Yeah, sure. But, it's always about the trade-offs, right? Okay, this one I think is a relatively obvious move. I don't want to have to move king e2. I lose the game immediately. King f1 looks awful. So I'm going to play g3. It's the only move in that position. Okay, he invades with the queen. I did consider this briefly. And looks like he's trying to stop me from castling kingside, which, okay, makes sense, I think. And he also might be wanting to go bishop g4. Maybe even queen g2, which is kind of an annoying move because I have to save the rook and then my pawns start dropping. Probably don't want that. So what's the solution? Well, queen f3 stops the queen from invading, but then I do get hit with bishop g4. I can move. Not the end of the world. Queen e2 also stops that. Again, bishop here. Again, I could move. Not the end of the world. Probably going to transpose to almost the same position. Is one better than the other? I don't know. I think I'm going to go with queen f3 only because if I go bishop e3, maybe my queen is blocked off from defending in some cases. And if he ends up attacking me, I'm probably going to go to f2, which I would go to f2 from both squares anyway. So I think queen f3 makes sense. And it is important, I think, that I don't let this queen in. So queen f3, that's what I'm going to play. Let's do the blunder check. Obviously, no, 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 no. I mean, here's a queen trade, whatever. Bishop g4 is probably the most annoying move. We drop it back. Are there any tactic? No, the bishop can't invade. I don't see he can play his knight there. Okay, he can play his knight to f6. We do have to defend this, which is a little bit annoying, actually. But I can't really do anything about that. Can I? Oh, you know what? There is this move bishop f1, which is kind of crazy to even say. Does force his queen to leave. He'd probably have to go. Huh. That's not actually. It's a weird move, but it comes with the tempo. I'm not just wasting time. You can't go there. You can't go there. You can't go there. Actually, he could go here. Hmm. Okay, so here's the situation. I want to be able to play bishop e3 and castle. The problem is after bishop g4, queen f2, he's going to play knight f6 and hit my pawn. I don't really love that. Hmm. Yeah, so what do we do? I don't actually know. Oh, okay, there's another move I didn't consider, but I'm considering it now. It's a wild-looking move, but king f2 stops the queen from invading. And on bishop g4, now I could simply go queen d3. And the nice thing now is that if the knight comes out, I'm already defended. I can keep on developing, getting my rooks into position. The only question is, let's just say the knight comes out right away. Yeah, no, this is going to be bad for me. Yeah, no, we can't. All right, so it was worth a shot, but no, we're not going to play king f2. Ah, okay, here's one more move that's coming to my mind. Bishop e2. We stop bishop g4, and if the queen comes in, now we have bishop to f3, forcing the queen back. Okay, so this is yeah, this is very interesting, and I'm not actually sure what to do. Don't want to do that, I don't think. I don't think we want to lose those pawns. Yeah, all right. Sometimes you just have to adapt to what's going on in the position. You know what I'm saying? Like, initially, this is where I wanted my bishop, but now that the game has changed, I kind of think I want it on g2, right? Just to support these weaknesses. So I'm going to play bishop to f1. I'm just going to do it. Is it the best move? I don't know. Couldn't tell you, but seems like this is where I need my bishop to be right now. So I'm going to do it. Okay. He's attacking my pawn. So I think we just reposition it on g2. And now I'm feeling pretty good about castling over here. This is a very common setup when you fee and kettle your bishop, right? And then later you play f4. Very safe for the king. And he doesn't have the dark squared bishop, right? So I don't have to worry about this stuff like I normally might because he traded it earlier. So again, castling here now looks pretty good. So let's see what black is going to do. I'm expecting something like knight f6. And if I castle immediately, he might be able to somehow get away with taking that. So I think what I'm going to do is play queen d3 first. Yeah, so queen d3 is what I want to play. Since this is a longer game, let me just do blunder check. If he pushes, I always have the option to push by, which looks very nice. Defended. I'm getting ready to castle next move. Also take control of this square. The queen can't invade. If the knight comes in, who cares? I'm just castle. Queen d3 it is. He castles, and I think I'm going to castle as well. Just make sure, again, nothing along the diagonal. He attacks me again. I would have rook e1 to defend again. Should be fine. So this bishop is going to need to come into the game soon. So I'm going to use this time while he's thinking to kind of come up with some ideas for this. My opponent just chatted me, or said something in chat to me. He said, "Ha, in a 10-minute game, I would have already won." Oh, I'm sorry. That's funny. Yes, you would have. That's why I'm not playing a 10-minute game and spending this much time. Okay. Anyway. I'm thinking about this bishop, okay? And I'm thinking about fianchettoing here because that just looks like a super nice way to put pressure on his king. And also, I can very easily play c4, get a grip on d5, and the bishop is good to go. So I definitely like that. Now, that being said, bishop e3 and maybe sneaking over to d4 at some point or controlling this diagonal, not bad. Also, maybe in some cases, I wouldn't mind it being here because if we open this up or something, that could be good. But I think probably this is the best. They would probably want to go here and just try to attack this pawn. So let's say I go bishop to b2, bishop c6. Okay? Rook to e1. Well, we'll talk about this pawn later because he might take it, but we'll talk about that later. Let's just focus on the center here. If he plays like rook e8, takes. Yeah, he is threatening the pawn. But I could play e5. If this trade happens, probably not a big deal. You take with the rook. Okay. The other thing... Yeah, I don't know if I have time for that. I was going to say I could think about a pawn storm somehow. But there is this knight. The other thing about when you push the pawns, you create these holes, right? Where their pieces can just take advantage of. So I don't know if that's the way that I want to approach this. That being said, if we go here, bishop c6, we could play e5. And then this bishop actually is playing an important role. Which is kind of cool. The issue would be, let's say they just go rook e8 and they get away from that. Then what am I doing now? They're still attacking my pawn. I could defend, but then they have bishop c6, and we have to figure out how we're dealing with this. It really feels like there should be a clever way to deal with this. I don't see what it is. Takes. Move there, no. Rook f2, takes. Oh, I'm gonna cut it. So normally this is not an issue, but because the knight is gone and he's got both of his minor pieces along with going to be a battery, it is a problem for me. I can't actually defend it with just 3 pieces. So that's why I'm pausing so much here, because if I'm too casual about this, I might end up just losing this pawn. And that's a big deal. If we just lose this pawn, then we lose our whole center of control. Long-term endgame weakness, we already talked about those. That would be bad. So I have to come up with a solution right here before that happens. Okay, so I have 2 moves essentially, and I need to figure out what to do. I mean, I can play rook e1 and push e5. It just doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. If I go e5 right now, what happens? Takes. Just say take. We can't go here because there's this annoying fork. The takes. If you take with the queen, then maybe I could take it. Rook b8. I go back. It can probably come to f4. That seems reasonable. Maybe I just have to do this. Didn't want to, but it's a weakness. So generally, if you have a weakness, you have to get rid of it somehow, right? Knight g4. Knight g4 is pretty annoying. h3 check king here. There's knight f2. We don't want that. They got a very annoying position. Crazy. Okay. I'm not sure what to do, guys, honestly. Honestly, not sure what to do. Bishop a3 here, here, here. Can I play e5 at that point and just take with a pawn? Or the rook? Yeah, that wouldn't be so bad, would it? All right, let's go with that. My opponent's still talking to me about how I'm playing too slow. So I'm expecting bishop c6 and rook e8. Let's see if that's what they're going to do. Oh, you know what? I never actually did talk about this pawn, like I said I was going to. I think if the queen took that, I could probably play like c4. And your queen is like eliminated from the game. So I don't think they would do that. I'll go ahead with the rook over to defend. And on bishop c6, I think we have to push. Otherwise, we just lose a pawn. Unless there's some tactic that I'm missing. It's quite possible. Like, do I have time to double up the rooks? So, like, let's say rook f2 takes rook e2. The issue would be something like f5, I think. Yeah, I have nothing against f5. Ah, could I? Oh, okay. Oh, here's an idea. Could I play rook f2, knight takes, throw my pawn forward, and then play rook e2? Well, that's an interesting idea. Queen d5, let's just say. Rook e2. Takes. No, he's got to defend it enough. No, I don't think we can do that. If I trade, takes, rook e2, knight f6. He just goes back. He defends. Yeah, there's nothing there. He plays a6. Doesn't make sense to me. Oh, he wants to do this. Okay. Okay, I guess that makes sense. So I'm not sure why he didn't do this. This, I mean, yes, we have to obviously deal with it, but let's say rook f2. Is rook f2 a good solution, or maybe just c4? Thing about c4 is he plays b5. We can't take because then it's the same problem. So we would have to push. And if he pushes and I take, goes here, we're losing the material. I mean, rook f2, if the knight jumps in, I guess we just go over to d2. I think we're okay. If he attacks me, probably I'll just push e5 at that point. I don't know if I have other options, but I think I need to play something, so let's go rook f2. And as far as the time, 5 minutes is kind of my mental. I usually like pick like a mental stop where I'm like, okay, if I hit this limit, that's when I start to pick up the pace. For me, I'm gonna say 5 minutes. So I'm not there yet. I still want to keep playing, the best moves that I can. And when we hit 5 minutes, that's when I'll change gears a little bit and start playing faster. There's no increment, so I kind of feel like maybe I misplayed this somehow. Like I feel like we should have had a better position than what we have. So it'll be interesting to go back and look and see what exactly I could have done differently. Because I'm fairly certain right here was the moment when I should have had a nice position. So maybe bishop c4 wasn't the right move. Um, this idea of going here and here, like if that's really all it takes for black, that then this must somehow I feel like I missed something is what I'm trying to say. Like I don't think this should have been that easy for black to get a good position. That being said, I don't see this line very often because I know for a fact it's just not good for black. So most people don't play it. So it'll be a good learning opportunity, what I'm trying to say. Okay, he does go bishop b5. Obviously, we don't want to go here. We just lose a pawn. I don't think that makes any sense. So I'm going to move my queen somewhere. The question is where? We can't go here. We get forked. Queen f3 keeps everything defended. Probably queen f3 looks good. Yeah, let's go queen f3. This pawn, I was going to just say the pawn. Now he probably could take it, and he does. It's a little bit annoying. Although, what are my options? Option number 1, we retreat. Don't love it, but we could do that. Option number 2, we sack this pawn just so that my queen defends the bishop, and I don't lose time. And then I can maybe launch an attack on the king side. So let's see. Also, like e5, I want to keep an eye on because if this happens, maybe there's something there. What I don't like about c4 is that even though I temporarily defend the bishop, then my queen is stuck guarding the bishop, right? So I kind of just feel like I should play bishop c1, just be done with it, get the bishop to safety. This is not a terrible diagonal. It's still useful, especially if I end up attacking. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. I don't feel like I need to attack on the king side here. It just seems like his queen is over here. Bishop's over here. Most of my pieces are on the king side, kind of. They're not set up in a great position, but still, I feel like b4, g5, maybe e5, and then we start just munching on some pawns. Okay, so he takes away e5. That's no longer an option. So g4, the only question is he threatening to just take this? If I take, yes, he is. I probably need to move my queen, unfortunately. Yeah, this is, maybe I have to go to e2 to defend it. No, e2 doesn't work. It's the same problem. Wow. I can go rook e2. Yeah, rook e2 defends. Okay, maybe we just do that. The problem was, even though I had enough pieces defending it, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, he's got low value pieces and mine are 2 high value pieces. So if he takes here, I can't actually take this without losing material, right? But now I can, because now takes. I end up getting 2 bishops for the rook, which is a good trade. I wish I had time to kick this knight with g4, g5, but it's going to be black's turn, and he can keep attacking here, which is pretty annoying, actually. Like, for example, queen c4. What do I even play? If I play g4 and he takes me, I take, he takes, I take, he takes, I take, he takes. I guess I can actually get away with that. Is that right? Yeah, it is. So, okay, maybe I'm fine. So on queen c4, maybe I just continue. Get rid of that knight and see what we can do over there. And I'm kind of getting to that range. I'm 6 minutes, obviously. I said 5 minutes, but I'm close. So I'm gonna start trying to just play a little bit faster. And sometimes you blunder, you make mistakes, but you kind of have to do it. Otherwise, you're gonna lose on time. And not a move I was expecting, because now I can push, and I think that just takes away any weaknesses that I had on e4. So does he want to push? Maybe. I mean, that's fine. I think not super concerned with that. Taking here doesn't really make sense, I don't think. Okay, so we push. I assume he's gonna. Oh, he goes 94. Not expecting that either. Interesting move. He might want to play like f5 and then recapture. So I'm thinking about queen h5 here. There's this guy. Queen g4, f5, f6 is interesting. So queen h5, knight takes here. What do I do? Rook f2 maybe? e6, queen h6, f. All right, I'm gonna go here because I'm trying to stop him from playing f5. And here I think he could have played g6 and f5 maybe. This way I stop it, and I want to push my pawn. I think if he takes my pawn, I'm just gonna go rook f2. f5 takes. No, we can't do that. Yeah, I think I go rook f2. What he's done by playing d5 is actually shut out his queen. I don't think that was a good decision because now I can attack him and he has no queen to help defend. So this plan is very dangerous for black. Sorry, for black. Because if I get here and you have to play g6, you have no way to really defend these dark squares, and my queen probably can come in. You have the wrong color bishop. Maybe you can't even. No, you can't even do that because my. So we'll play this move quickly, and the idea is everything is pretty much defended by my rooks. And like I said, I'm just gonna do this. In theory. Now, does he have a way to stop that is the big question. 94? Might even just play f5. Let him... No, because my queen's hanging. So I will have to probably take that and then continue. So 94 takes f5. My opponent said, this is exactly what they said to me. I see free candy, I take free candy. Me simple. Okay, so here we go. And it also unleashes the bishop, by the way. And we have an interesting situation. Opposite color bishops. I don't mean mine is white and his is black. I mean mine is on dark squares. His is on light squares. Okay? You guys see that? So what this means is his bishop can't stop my bishop. And vice versa. What that means when you're attacking the king, it gets very dangerous. For him as well. Okay, so I have to be careful. But also for me. So like, for example, f6, and then my bishop can come in and it's very dangerous. So let's... f6, he's going to play g6. I can try to sneak in, but he's going to go for a checkmate first. Why did I go there? Because I want to not allow this. Try to make him waste time taking the free candy, and then I'll keep attacking. And if he takes this free candy, I have a special treat cooked up for him. So he's probably going to take this one, I would imagine. And that's when I go with f6. And I try to sneak in. Now the question is, do I have time? Yeah, this looks very dangerous for black. So I'm going to try to sneak in here. He's going to try to go here. That's a good move, actually. That's a really good move. I should have blockaded that. I messed up. I messed up. I have to try to run, but it's probably not going to end well. I should have played bishop e3 or rook e3. That was my mistake. I thought about it after I played queen. Actually, I thought about it. I don't know why I didn't do it. I should have just done it. I thought he was going to react to this, but yeah, he was actually smart to do that. I'll have to take the draw here. I think rook e2 might be playable, but I don't think I should. With the time, I probably have to take the draw, unfortunately. Yeah. Probably going to try to flag me, though, so maybe something can still work for us here. Let's see. No, he is. Okay. Yeah, I messed that up. I think if I blockaded that pawn at the end, I probably could have won. Let's see. This will be interesting to look at. This will be a good learning opportunity, I think, actually. Okay, so wow, I actually never really had a good position this game. Never really did. Except for the opening, which we will talk about. So let's go back to the opening. That's fascinating. Yeah, this is just not a good line because of this, because of d4. f4. Yeah, interesting. So I guess because he played the best move here, actually. Queen h4 is the best move. And then queen h3. Wow. Okay. Maybe he knew this because I did not realize that. He just played the best move. So Stockfish says you should go bishop a3. Just delay this bishop until you see what he's going to do. Because now if he goes here, it's like a better version, right? Because there's no queen h3. I can immediately go bishop g2 if I want to. Or, well, first I have to defend some stuff. But it's just a different situation. And if he develops the knight, now I can play e5, trade here, and look at this monster bishop, followed by probably castling. And look at this. This is what you want, right? When you get the bishops. So bishop a3 is the move that I needed to play. The idea of e5 and just busting open the king like that. Okay, that's on me. I didn't know that. And then we just got into a rough position. Yeah. And I could feel it. Even from this position, I was like, this doesn't feel very good. You did a super chat earlier. Oh, you did. Sorry, I didn't see it. I still don't see it. Maybe someone can tell me what the message was. Yeah, sorry. If maybe one of the mods can tell me what was said, I didn't catch it. So what was I saying? Yeah, he just has a good position. He's got this pressure on e4, and my pieces are just very uncoordinated. So yeah, I mean, black's just winning basically. Rook takes e4 wins the game here. What? Oh, because queen takes c2 is a fork. Look at that. Queen takes c2 is a fork. Wow. Yeah, even here, Stockfish doesn't like this because he can play e3 and go for this. This is so, you can see, right? You can see the power of the opposite color bishop. My bishop can't do anything to his bishop, right? I can't do anything. So Stockfish says you have to go h4 so that if this happens, I can now play king h2. And look at this. My rooks actually defend the checkmate, which is really clever by Stockfish to do this. Very clever. So, yeah, I'm just basically lost here. He messes up. Oh, bishop h6. Instead of the pawn, you use the bishop. Because now if he goes g6, I don't know if I would have saw this, you play e6. And he doesn't have time for this because, oh, that's obviously the queen is hanging. Okay, so he can't do that. And if he tries to set it up, well, you just rook t1. Yeah, very complicated position. Oof. I don't think I would have saw all this stuff. Okay. But back to the game. Even here, if I would have played this, I'm still losing because now he just goes queen c3. And if I defend, he's taking this. I don't actually have time to get in because now he takes my pawn. Black just had a good position this whole game. Wow. Yeah, and I was smart to take the draw because if I would have tried this... Oh, that's checkmate. And if I would have played this one, it's still probably really bad for me because of this queen just taking everything. Yeah. Not a good game for me. Not a good game. Okay. Let me see. He said he wins early in mid game but wastes a lot of time and then blunders in the end game. Any tips to manage your time? So you play like I do? No, I mean, you really have to try to use your time at the critical moments and not use too much when it's not a critical moment. So this game that I just played was actually a really bad example of this. Like, this is probably not a critical moment for me to spend 5 minutes, right? I should have played much quicker. Yes, you have to think a little bit about your plan, right? But you don't want to spend, a huge chunk of your time, right? So probably just work on those key moments. Save your time at the key moments. Also, I don't know if you've studied endgames. Maybe you need to just study endgames. If you're having a hard time at the end of the game, work on your endgames. That might help too, depending on what exactly the mistakes are that you're making. So, but that's a tough one. There's not an easy answer to that, honestly, because I struggle with the time, as well. So, okay. Let's see if I got my. Let me see if I got my points back from the other game yet. Nope, doesn't look like it. Hmm. All right. No, no. Sorry, Dan. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. By the way, I looked this person up. I'll tell you guys a little story while I let my time run out. I looked this person up. They're 1800. They're 1800 USCF, I think, if I found them correctly, which I think I did, unless they just lied about their name. But looks like they're 1800. My question is, how does an 1800 rated player play so well and use so little time? That's my question for Dan. Maybe Dan can answer that in one of his videos or something. I'm not doing it, guys. Nope. Nope. Not happening. I'll say it. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid to play Dan the Man. There. I said it. It's out in the open. It's like he only plays Rapid against me. And he plays like a monster every time and doesn't use any time. This person joined December 15th. All right. 1,000 puzzle rating. Do I even want to play this person? Do I even want to play this person? 94 accuracy. 89 accuracy. 90, 93, 90. Nope. I don't think so, buddy. Man, I thought it... Is the rice cooking actually worse at 30 minutes? I thought it would be better, but maybe it's worse. Hope I don't get my account like closed for aborting too many games, but I'm sorry. I'm just in a bad mood. I'm not feeling rice today. You know what I'm saying? I already had the first one. I don't really want to do another one. It's worse at 30? Man. What is this world coming to? Like, don't people have anything better to do with their time? Seriously. Did I fix the PC fan? Not exactly. It just stopped making the noise. So, you honestly, you know what it sounded like? It sounded like it was like a piece of like dust or something clump that was maybe like hitting and then it like broke off or so. That's kind of the vibe that I was getting. Because people were saying it's from like your PCs, you know, using more, but that's not really, I don't think, what was happening, because it wasn't happening at those moments. It was sort of like random. Now we can't get a game. So we've got rice cookers and nobody else wants to play. How sad. Boarding too often may lead to your account being restricted. I wonder if they'll give me if they'll make an exception if I explain it was because I was afraid of rice cookers. That's gonna fly. Okay. This person's been around since 2021. Hopefully that's a good sign. So we have a Smithmore Gambit. I'm going to play bishop to d3 because I'm trying to find a move that maybe is not quite the normal against this. They are declining the gambit, and I'm going to kind of give them another opportunity if they want to still, go into it. Oh, you just get a message saying you can't abort anymore? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Thanks, Michael. You did that because you didn't know. All right, that's good to know. All right. So my plan is simple. I'm going to go knight f3. I'm going to castle. And if he wants to take, he can. If not, maybe I'll take back. We'll see. We'll see what happens. You think Dan is just stream sniping? Yeah, well, stream sniping doesn't bother me nearly as much as rice cooking, to be honest with you. Yes, stream sniping is annoying if they know what you're thinking, but rice cooking is a bigger issue. The thing about Dan is he plays so fast. I don't think stream sniping was what was happening, because if you're stream sniping, you would be playing slowly, because you would want to be giving yourself time to hear my commentary, not just like moving instantly, right? The thing that I don't understand about Dan the Man is, how does he play so accurately so fast? I just don't get it. Maybe he's just like a genius and he's actually should be a GM, but why is he only 1800 FIDE, or USCF? It doesn't add up for me. Okay, so I don't want to spend too much time, but I do think we should at least kind of consider what's going on here. So if I take, I think his queen can just jump right up to a very aggressive square. I don't have a way to chase it. I don't like that. If I don't, and I leave this, he's going to take me and get a fork. So I would have to maybe defend. But then if he takes here, I can't recapture with the knight like I would want to. So because of that, I think I need to push. And yes, he can move maybe and attack me, but then I can always just recapture. If the knight goes to e4, I could still take back here and probably be fine. Or maybe I just castle. So if I take right now and he goes queen a4 check, what happens? Yeah, probably just knight d2. No, I don't think there's a problem there. Yeah, should be fine. I'm ready to castle. And I think we're in good shape. Okay, bishop f5. All right. Again, I think I'm going to castle, get the king to safety. This is not, shouldn't be any tactics because it's defended. There is knight to b4. No, but I have a check. So all that considered, let's castle. Yeah, so now this is a pretty annoying move. I think I should take time to take control of this square. We kind of have a French defense, an advanced French defense, where these pawns have been traded and black has their bishop outside the pawn chain. And the knight's on e4, which is kind of weird, I think. So it's sort of like a French, but it's very different in some aspects. Okay. I'm thinking we go b4, bishop to b2. I mean, I can't put my bishop there. I can't put it there. These squares just don't look amazing to me. I think this is a bit better. The other thing that I guess I could do would be to try to trade. So like go knight d2, rook e1, and put the pressure on e4. Trying to just trade a bunch of stuff. But even so, in that situation, I feel like this is probably a good place for my bishop. So may as well just start with this, and then I can decide if I want to do that plan or do something else. Okay, that's pretty normal. I think let's continue with the plan. Bishop to b2. Don't see any reason to not play that. And now it's going to start to get pretty interesting because we're about done with our development. I'm assuming black's going to play queen b6. That's defended. I might play h3 to stop any shenanigans with this. If he lets me, I might consider knight to c3, rook to e1. h3, g4, h4, h5. I don't know. It seems a bit risky, exposing my king like that. Remember, when you're trying to come up with a move, usually you want to start with don't make mistakes. And then you can kind of find a move from there. What a lot of people do is they start with like, oh, I would like to do A, B, and C. And they just start doing stuff. But they're not really considering, am I making mistakes? And then they end up in a bad position, right? So I think it was Bobby Fischer, if I'm not mistaken, who said a lot of times he would come to a move by a process of elimination of like, well, this is bad, 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 this is bad. There's only one move left. That's what I play, right? So, and I think a lot of strong players actually play that way. They eliminate like, okay, I can't do that, I can't do that, I can't, you know, and then you end up with like a couple of options, and then you just pick the best one, or you pick any of those and you're fine. Just something to think about. He's going with this sort of French defense idea of breaking on 5 with f6. Seems logical. So I'm thinking of going knight c3 just to start to put the pressure here. Also rook e1. Let's go rook e1 first. And then when I play knight c3, it will be threatening immediately this. If he takes, I take. If he takes, I take. Which is just a big trade. My pieces are in a pretty good position. He takes me. I'm just going to take back, I think, with the pawn. I don't want to take because it looks like it just brings his bishop into a really nice square where he's putting pressure on an isolated pawn. That doesn't make sense to me. But if he takes me, now I don't have an isolated pawn, and his bishop still doesn't have anywhere good to go, right? All these squares are taken away. So we'll just leave it. We'll just leave the tension. Okay. Why wouldn't I want to take back with the knight? Yeah, that's a good question. The reason is, if you remember the logical chess series that we went through, one of the first things he talks about as far as kingside attacks is the knight on f3 is a good defender. If the knight on f3 is gone, you have weaknesses around your king that your opponent can take advantage of. So trading these knights, I feel like exposes my king, basically. Is what it comes down to. Okay, so here's the threat. What's the simplest solution? Queen e2. Is queen e2 a good move? Hmm. Oh, is there a... Ooh, oh, hold on. Queen e2, knight takes f2 might be a crazy tactic, guys. Ooh, did not see that. The idea is that if I take it, he trades and he wins a pawn. If I don't take it and I take here, he now has a discovered check. Which might be very dangerous for me. Not a smothered mate, but I'd also go check here. Yeah, that is, let's see. 94 check. Let's say I go there. He could even go back. Let's say I go here, then he just takes. Yeah, no, he's at least winning a pawn, at least. So we definitely can't do that. So rook e2 might be a better move. The problem with rook e2 is bishop g4. Let's say takes, takes, takes. No, that should be okay for me. Okay, so yeah, rook e2. And now if you play knight f2, I just take it. My bishop's defended. The alternative would be I take this immediately and jump my knight into d4. Knight to d4. Yeah, I don't think I want to give it the bishop just like that. So I think let's go rook e2. Let's just check one more time, make sure I'm not blundering something. If you take here, that doesn't look good enough. Oh. Bishop g4, this is probably the scariest one. We at least win a pawn. All right, let's go rook e2. Okay, he's going to go for this line. Unless I missed something, I thought I was just winning a pawn. Okay, well, we'll take. Take back. Take back. And it does expose my king, but I don't know. My rook's pretty good. Yeah, this rook's actually, I mean, amazing. Look, it's defending here. It's defending here. It's defending the king side. It's uh pretty nice. It can't be chased by the bishop. It can't be chased by the knight. I mean, it's that rook on e4 is a monster. Why not take with the queen? You can figure that one out. I bet you can figure that one out. Do your blunder check. And you can see. Yeah, that's right. You guys got it. That's why we didn't take with the queen. Did I have queen e2, knight takes f2, bishop e3? Bishop e3. You're saying bishop d4? Is that what you're saying? There is no bishop e3. If you're talking about bishop d4, there's a knight here. So I don't think that looks very good. Not sure I get the question. Okay, no worries. So I think I'm going to go here. That looks like a good square for my queen if he attacks me. Keeps everything defended. Helps the rook. So defended by the rook. Keeps the bishop defended. Keeps an eye on d1. And then we can probably develop the knight somewhere. Okay, so he clearly wants to somehow attack me. I'm not super worried because it looks like I have rook g4. So again, queen e2 might be a good move, or maybe now is the time to develop my knight. Let's say we go knight c3 and check rook g4. I'm losing a pawn. Okay, so he's also putting pressure on the pawn. So if I block this, we lose a pawn here, potentially. Maybe there's some crazy tactics where we don't, but it's kind of looking like I might. So, again, going back to queen e2, just seems... he also might be trying to go here. Okay. Now, against that one, we would have knight to d2. Yeah, so knight to d2 seems like a good move in that situation. Again, though, I wouldn't really want to get pinned. Again, queen being on e2 just seems like a great spot. 2. Check, rook g there. Also, okay, if he goes here and takes, there's going to be pressure on here, but my queen would defend again. So yeah, queen e2, knight d2. Seems like a great plan. The other rook can come over if I need it. Quick blunder check. Check. 4. Okay, queen e2 it is. Okay. Now we can go knight to d2. Just checking for blunders. Ah, there is bishop g5. Bishop g5, it's going to get interesting. Knight c4. Knight d6 takes. I didn't see that one. But what's the alternative? I go rook 3 with then knight d4. Takes. No, my rook would be hanging. That does knight c3. Right about bishop g5, guys. Okay. Bishop g5. Okay, knight d2, bishop g5, knight c4. Where's the queen move? I mean, don't think he wants to trade queens. Maybe he does. I think I'd be okay with the queen trade. So let's say he doesn't and he goes here instead. If I jump in, the rook is going to be taking on f2. I mean on f3. My knight's on d6, his queen's on c7, his rook is here. There is king g2, which would give me the option to sack the queen for the rooks. And that would lead to a very interesting position. Uh-huh. Okay. All right, let's do it. Let's go knight d2. He can play bishop g5. I think I'll go knight c4. Okay, he does go back. And now I'm thinking we go king g2. King g2. Back, I go back. I probably go here. Yeah, I think the rooks would do pretty well. I think the rooks would do pretty well against the queen, honestly. So I think we go king g2. Now, you have to be a little careful, actually, because the queen could come like this, too. But queen there, we have knight d6. Here, takes, followed by maybe rook g4. Oof, this position. Getting a bit hard to calculate. I think I'm going to go king g2, though. He's got 3 attackers. I've got 4 defenders. Willing to sack here. I mean, it's not really a sack. It's just a trade. It's just a trade. It's not a sacrifice. Yeah, I mean, the worst part about this will be my king's safety. But if I'm able to get it to e2, get the rooks maybe lined up here with the knight coming in, I think we're going to be just fine. I'm actually more concerned with this idea. But I do have this fork, followed by takes, I move. He's got a discovered check, but it doesn't do much. Complicated position. I assume black is really considering, do they want to make this trade or not? Queen check, king e2. There's queen h5 check. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting position. I could also go back to g2, but then there's this move, which I don't like. Although rook g4, queen. Yeah, how do you even calculate this? Because then there's like rook c1. No, not rook c1. e3. Even takes. I mean, I don't know what's going on. But after they take, I'm pretty sure I'm committed. Yep. All right. So I'm committed at this point, and now we have to see what happens from here. Because if I don't take that, he's going to have too much pressure anyway, and it's not going to be a good position. This way, a lot of times I like the rooks, but you have to get them in a good position, and I don't know if I'm going to have time to. Okay. I'd like to go here. Check here. No, he's got to check. We can't do that. So I might have to go here, unfortunately. Queen here. I could just defend, but then he hits me with the discover check. So we would have to play rook here. I think. Oh, I couldn't. Maybe I could play f3 actually. And on any discovered check, I have rook g4. No, he's got check here. Got check there. So, let's see. I have to play rook g4 immediately. h5, we just go here. Not a big deal. Actually, rook queen check is a fork. That is a big deal. Oh, but his bishop's still hanging. Oh, this position is... All right. I think we can safely rule this out, right? Unless I'm missing something. King f1. Actually, maybe there's king f1. Ah. F3 check, I move. Actually, you know what? Maybe I could play f3 because on the discover check, I could just play king f2. And if he takes, it's actually defended. Okay, I think king g2 gives me the best options. And then I'll decide if I'm going to go rook g4 or maybe f3. Knight d6. Check here, takes here. I don't think that's gonna work for me. Is it? No. Okay, so rook g4. What's the problem with that? h5. I go back. He forks me. But if he takes, I take. If he tries to throw in the in-between move, I can go here. Back here. h3. Takes, takes, takes. Position is crazy, guys. I mean, so crazy. Oh, wow. I think rook g4 is definitely playable. I also think f3 somehow is playable. Check here. Queen comes in. I just defend. And you know he's taking here. That's not good. Actually, that's pretty annoying. Maybe I have to go rook g4. All right, guys. I'm going to use this time to go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Hopefully I don't get too far behind on time, but it seems like they're taking a deep think here. Oh, h5. So they're trying to stop rook g4 ahead of time. which is interesting, but I believe I can play f3 now and then tuck my king somewhere. Also, maybe knight d6, queen g6, king h1, and then swing the rook over. Because this guy's defended now? That is quite the interesting move. Okay, let's start with f3. If I play f3, I think black would probably go here. I mean, there's other moves, but let's just... I mean, they could also swing the queen this way. Yeah, okay, let's just say it's this one. And I go back here. Queen here to hit on f3. Rook f1. Queen comes in. Rook f2. Rook 2. At some point, actually, that's... Maybe I don't want my pawn on f3. Okay. Let's consider... What was the other move I was thinking of? Knight d6, right? Knight d6. Knight d6, queen here, king h1. And that might be better, because then I don't have the weakness on f3. So here. Then they do something. And okay, let's say they attack my knight. So let's say knight d6, queen here, king here, bishop e7, rook g1 with the tempo. Queen doesn't have a lot of squares. Let's say it goes to h7. And then I can do something like that. Uh-huh. I like that, guys. I think that's what we should do. Let's just make sure now that I'm not missing something. No. No, you can go to f8 or g6, basically. g6, definitely the most likely choice. So king h1. Followed by rook g1 is my plan. He doesn't have any way to threaten queen f3 now because my knight is taking away these. Is defended. He doesn't have any way unless he goes with bishop e7, but that opens him up to rook g1. Queen moves somewhere. Then we have time to move our rook. I like it. I like it. Okay, and king h1. Getting ready for rook g1. Which activates my rook, but also sort of helps my king feel a little bit safe, right? If we get the rook on, like, let's just say g2, and maybe I push this pawn or something, like the king now has some spaces to run to. The rook's kind of shielding it from the queen. That's what we need. Also, if we double up rooks somehow here, then black has to be careful about their king, right? Knight's very powerful on d6. Bishop's not awesome, but it is kind of shutting down the knight, which I like. So, and maybe in the future we will try to trade or something. Can you start a second game before the first one ends? Yeah, if you, I think if you tweak your settings, you can do that, but I'm not going to do that because I'm trying to win this one. So, but when you're playing like a simul, you play against a bunch of people at the same time. Yeah, that's what you do basically. You start a bunch of games at the same time. Okay. Does he have any other moves besides bishop e7? Like, let's think about this. The knight can't move here. He could try to go here or here with his knight. I guess could be one plan. But I'm still going rook g1, and this is very annoying, I think. For black. I don't know if he could try to push this pawn all the way down. That seems too slow. Probably just go bishop c1 and then win a piece in that case. And again, my rook is covering, so I don't think that would work. Yeah, I don't see any other moves besides like bishop e7 just trying to attack this, but knight e7, I go here. Probably have to get away from the pin. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what black's going to do. For anybody just joining, we had this position where black traded here, and then they tried to use the F file to attack me, which was actually very smart. So I ended up going with king g2 to defend. They sacked their rooks for the queen, so we get the 2 rooks for the queen trade. Now they're kind of trying to attack me. I'm trying to get my king to safety. In a lot of these lines, I was going to play rook g4, so they played h5, trying to prevent it. But this did allow me to jump in with my knight attacking the queen. And now I can play king h1, and this is where we currently are. So they are thinking we're getting to, you know, almost to the phase of the game where the time pressure might start playing a role. So we'll see if my opponent's going to continue thinking for so long. Okay, they go queen h6 as I say that. And I feel like the most valuable thing that I could do is probably get my rook to g1. Could argue that I should take the pawn, but I just feel like it's more important to get the rook. So I'm going to play it quickly and try to keep my time advantage. Because really, I think I would want to think more after their next move. I want to see what their plan is after this. Right now, I don't have any idea what they're going to do. But once they play a move, it gives me something to think about, some train of, you know, what am I trying to say? Like something that I can follow, train of thought. Obviously, I can't double up immediately, but if the pawn ever moves, I can. Or I might do something like f3 rook here and here. And we create this very dangerous attack on black's king. Okay. Up to f4. So I believe there are 2 moves I should consider. Number one would be taking the pawn. And number two would be 98. And 98 looks like the more interesting one. So I'm going to start there because I'm immediately threatening to just take this. The question I have is, how does black defend that? You don't want to take here, I don't think. It's defended. You no longer have an attack on my rook, so I don't need it defended. If you push, you have to worry about the knight coming to f6, maybe. Looks okay. Actually, I don't know how good that is for me. Yeah, maybe actually the knight comes to f6, the rook can swing back and we invade somehow. This one is a pawn. I mean, it's just a free pawn. And if he attacks my rook or something, I can always just go back if I need to, or even just take that. So that's tempting too, really. So let's think about this. If I go 98, he's probably has to push the pawn to one of these two squares. Otherwise, I'm just going to take it. If you go to g5, you lose this bishop. Blunder. Okay, so he has to play g6. So knight here, g6. Seems like only move. If I sack, check, can't go here because of the fork, so you would have to go here or here. You go to h8 and I play knight f6. Oh. Wow. Almost a really beautiful checkmate, but I don't think it quite works. Wow. So let's say I go knight f6, you go king f7, I go what? Rook d1 to come here. Looks pretty good for me. But is that better than just taking the pawn? Then I have 2 against 1 on the other side. Push him. Yeah, this is tough, guys. This is really tough. Knight f6 check, king f7, rook d1. What's he going to play? That's what I need to figure out. Yeah, whatever he plays, I think I should take the pawn. I think I should take the pawn. I'm not seeing it. After g6, knight there, king f7, I'm just not seeing it. And then I don't have the opportunity to win the pawn. And I think this is a good opportunity. So it'll be interesting to see what Stockfish says after the game. But I also wanted to make the decision while I still had a lead on the clock. So here we go. His queen looks very bad, though, right? I mean, his queen just looks shut out. He doesn't have a lot of options. Look at that. It's kind of trapped over there. So this is great for me. But if that changes, this game could change in a second. But now I actually have knight c5 as a square for my knight as well, in addition to d6. Yeah, knight c5, we actually would be threatening maybe some tactics of taking here, followed by taking here. So that's interesting. These are the moments, though, right, guys? These are the moments, usually, where the games are won or lost. So it's very important that you recognize these moments when you're playing and you make sure you get it right. Some games are different and they have lots of moments like this. But most games have just a couple, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 kind of ultra critical moments like this, where it's like the decision determines whether you win or lose in a lot of cases. Also, Black's time is, they're going to have to start playing fast, which means we could start seeing some mistakes being made. Whoa. What is this? Takes. What in the world are they doing? I'm sorry. I have no idea what this is. The only reason you would do that is if you want your queen to come in here. So takes, queen here or queen f4. Ah, they want to go queen f4. So queen f4. Let's say rook e3. They want to take. But then I go here. They have no checks. They can't get my knight. I don't think it works, guys. Okay. So like I said, I think we go rook e3. Now, I guess we could go here, allow this, play rook g2, takes. And I'm probably winning that endgame because I have 2 against 1. But why would I do that when I could just keep the knight around, right? With rook e3. So rook e3, I mean, unless they can do some shenanigans like that, but I don't think so. Rook e3, h4, my knight starts coming back to the party. h3, I just take it. Okay, so rook e3, I don't think that works. So rook e3, queen takes f2. Like I said, we swing over, we're going to be invading. h4, I take with a check. They move somewhere. Then I go back, they go here. It's still tricky, isn't it? Rook e3 takes. Knight c5. No, I can't. My rook's hanging, so I have to go here. Push. I take. They go king h8. Knight c5. Check here, h3. So wait a second. Do I have to do this? And go for that endgame? Check here. Ah, but you know what? Hold everything. That's a perpetual. No, we can't do that. We can't do that. I have to go rook e3. Now I have to figure this out. So rook here, h4, check here, only move, I think. Check here. We do have a perpetual check, but I don't want a perpetual check if possible. Ah, wait a second. Here, check here, h3. h3. Why? Because... Oh, but wait a second. Then they have this one. I go here. Shoot. All right. Oh, now I'm getting into time pressure. Okay, this is pretty annoying. Pretty annoying. Maybe I can go Rookie 1. Give myself some wiggle room. Maybe that's the move. Okay, but now I have 30 seconds. Great. But what I want to do is save my knight and then go rook here. Check here. Check here. The perpetual check. Shoot. Are you kidding me, guys? No, what if I go h3? I go h3. Yes. There's the setup. There's the setup. There you go. Now he can't touch me now. Can't touch me. Whew. Okay, okay. Let's use the knight. We're just going to block this queen off. Now we're cooking. Still have to get away from the checks, but should be a way to do it now. I basically have a fortress here, I think. Oh, shoot. Unreal. You know why I lost that game? Because it took me too long to figure out the fortress. And then I had to just get flagged. It took me too long to figure out the fortress. Man. That's so frustrating. Yeah, everybody says I have to play faster, but you have to understand you can't you have to play good moves, right? Like you have to figure it out. And it just took me too long to figure it out. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't that I wasn't playing fast. I had to find the right move, right? I'll show you guys. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I think some people don't quite understand the tightrope that I was walking there at the end. Oh, what was the accuracy? I didn't actually even look. I was 80, 77. Okay. So Stockfish wanted me to go 96 here, and then what was the idea? I'm sorry. What? Knight to eat. This is what Stockfish wanted me to play. Are you kidding me right now? Okay, I see that you can't take it because of this, but what I don't understand is like he just moves. Oh, wow. You interfere. Wow. That's an incredible tactic. You go 98. He can't take you because of this. Has to move his queen. Then you go knight f6. And if he takes, he blocks his rook. And you take... I mean, wow. I don't think I would have seen that. That's like amazing stuff right there. Okay. Yeah. So I did... Instead, I did king g2. Yeah, and I'm just losing. But he messed up. Yeah, I thought he messed up. I felt like he should have played it right away. So he did mess up with h5. Allows me knight d6. Now I'm in good shape. It's a draw, apparently. And then I'm pretty sure... Yep, okay, so I did play the best move here. Remember, I was debating between these two moves. Knight takes b7 was better. Actually, no, now it's saying pushing the pawns was better. All right, anyway, knight takes b7 was a good choice. Yeah, he just blunders this bishop. This didn't work at all, and I didn't think it should have. Rook e3, which I played. And I did play the best move. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about. It just took me too long to figure it out, because if I go here and he pushes, and I take this, look at this, guys, I'm not winning. Now, I could have had a draw, which you could say, okay, that's better than losing. But you can't play chess always like going for draws. You have to try to win, especially when you're in a winning position. So I don't feel bad that I avoided this, right? It's just a draw. Because if I ever stop giving checks and do something else, he's going to do this and play h3. Oh, there's checkmate. Oh. Okay, I did not consider that. Oh my. Wow. Okay, but still, Stockfish says it's a draw by perpetual check. But that was clever. All right. Anyway, the point is there was no win, right? Which is what I kept coming to the conclusion of. So I'm like, what do I have to do? And then finally I realized, put the rook here, gives my king some breathing room, and then we play h3 to stop him cramping me some more. And I also have time to save my knight. And now I'm winning, except that I'm down to 30 seconds, and I ended up just getting flagged. It's hard to play against a queen with no time, because it just jumps all around, and you can't calculate everything with no time. So if I would have just figured this out like 30 seconds, even like 5 or 10 seconds sooner, probably would have won this game. It just took me too long. Yeah, and now I'm just winning. It's just a matter of figuring out how to get my king away from the checks and not lose on time, right? Which is not that easy to do. Yeah, the only reason we lost was the time. Even here, I was fine if I could have had some more time. Yeah, that's a good point, Christian. Knight takes b7. That's a good point. I could have played that faster. Yeah. All right. We'll see if we can play one more. But no, this is good, guys, because if I'm ever going to try to become like an IM or GM, I need to be able to manage these longer time controls better than what I'm doing right now, right? I'm so used to 10 minutes that it's like I either go way too fast or I go way too slow. I need to get this like nice balance, right? Oh, dude. Hold on. $1,300 bullet player. Last game they played 96 accuracy. They play h4. That's an auto report. Cheating report. And goodbye. I'm going to tell them a quick note. Never mind. I was going to tell them a quick message. Please don't cheat. Oh, this is the candy guy. I see candy, I take candy. Me simple. That's who this is. Auto report? Because they were a cheater, so I reported them. I could tell without even playing them that they were a cheater. I knew from their first move and from their profile. It was easy. Easiest report of my life. So, okay, for everybody who doesn't know, this guy, when I was playing him earlier, he took like a pawn that was for free and he said, me see free candy, me take free candy, me simple, something like that. So he's the candy man. And it's always easier to manage the time in your game when you're playing an opening that you're relatively familiar with. Wow. That doesn't seem right. That just doesn't seem right. Because you've created these permanent weaknesses here, right? So, I don't know. I don't think this is good for white. Can I explain how to identify a rice cooker for those of us who are slow? Yeah, so the last opponent, first of all, they played H4. If you're over 2,000, 2,100, you won't play H4 unless you're trolling or cheating. You just don't play that, right? That's the first thing. Second thing, it was a relatively new account. Third thing, his bullet rating, and he played a bunch of bullet games, was like 1,300, 1,380 something. 1,300 rated players are not rated 2,100 unless they have a rice cooker installed somewhere. So that's why. So this actually, I should probably pause here for a moment. Because normally I'm taking with the knight and without even thinking, but taking with the pawn does gain me a tempo, which means the bishop has to move. Let's just say it goes here. And it's my turn. Can I do anything valuable with my turn? Well, I could take. He takes. And then what? Bishop e4 maybe? I mean, how valuable is that? Because if I take with the knight, he's going to have time to like push by or something, and then game goes on. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm going to break the rules here because I do think this tempo is very important. So I'm going to take with the pawn. Oh, he's in chat, so he's stream sniping me. The Candyman is stream sniping. All right. Not give away all my secrets then. I'll tell you what my real plan is. I'm going to go 97, rook b8, rook b4, take the pawn, take the queen, checkmate the king with the rook. That's the real plan. Um, everybody asking about the free bishop. No, it's not a free bishop because there's knight c3. Knight c3 defends and also blocks at the same time. But I like the way you're thinking. I like the way you guys are thinking. Gotta pay attention to those hanging pieces. Okay, so he goes there. I take. And I'm probably going to just poke at the rook. Probably just going to poke it. There's a good chance I'm going to have to move that bishop anyway, so I'll move it on my terms. And make him waste time moving his rook. Excuse me. Now, once you move your rook in chess, right? You can't castle in that direction. He plays knight f3. Whoa. Wasn't actually expecting that move. Like I should have some good options here. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to just take this and go here. Just grab the pawn, hit the bishop. I mean, look at his king. Look at his king. It's wide open. I don't see how this could be good for white. Okay. I think I want to play e5, maybe? I will play e5. Obviously, we want to develop our pieces. Even material, but his king feels not super safe. Yeah, his king does not feel safe. Okay, he develops the old knight. Let's see. if I do that, is that a good position for me? Yeah, that's probably a good position. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not thinking out loud because the Candyman is in the chat. Candyman is in the chat. I'm stopping him from playing bishop e3 because now I have 2 pieces attacking this. Yeah, if you're the Candyman, can you please identify yourself? Please identify yourself in the chat. Feel free to super chat. You can just super chat $100 if you're the Candyman. Then we'll know for sure that it's you. Where is he? Where is he? Bishop to g5 is the move that he chooses. Okay. Okay. I am just thinking about a few things here, guys. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could be a problem. A piece. That line. Pretty annoying. I'm just going to try to develop, keep my options open. I could castle really either way at this point. I see a couple people saying that he only started playing 30 minutes to play against me. Is that accurate? Can someone confirm? Rook to d1, huh? Thought he might do that. I did, and I had a little something special cooked up. I had a little something special cooked up just for the Candy Man. You want to know what it is, guys? You like to know what it is? Actually, I have a couple things in mind. So let me just verify what we're gonna do here. Mm-hmm. Free candy. I'm giving him some free candy. Let's see if he's gonna take the candy. Is he gonna take my candy? What do you think, Candy Man? Yeah, he didn't take the candy at C6, probably because Queen F2 would have been bad news for white. Now he has to make the decision. Is he going to take this free candy or not? Hey, welcome to Stelmaters. Thank you. Oh, $2.99. Is he gonna take the candy or what? What? Ooh, he's going for some kind of candy. Queen F5. Isn't that an interesting move? Into F. This is quite the complicated position here, isn't it? Isn't it, guys? Mm-hmm. We could do that. But then there's takes. Yeah. And there, oh, maybe that. JC, you've gone from 1100 to 1400 in 2 years. Nice. Awesome. Way to go. Way to go, man. If I go there and there, and he goes there, and I go there, what's going on exactly? Not quite sure. Thanks. I really am tempted to play a move here, and one of those moves that could be a blunder if I'm missing any details. If I'm missing any details whatsoever, it could be a blunder. But I don't think it is, so I'm going to do it. Bam! Let's give him some more candy. I don't know what's happening. Oh, I don't know what's happening. It's the double queen sack and hope it works out kind of a deal. So if I take the queen, he's going to take my queen. And then I take him, he takes me. He's up a piece. So I have to take with the knight. No decision there. Because if you take with the queen, he was going here. And if you don't take it, you just lost a piece. So only move. Actually, would I have taken the net? Let's see. No, because then he gets my rook. Yeah, no, that this was the only move. Because if I would have got a rook and a queen, but he gets a queen, a knight, and a rook, he wins. You know what I'm saying? I think I know what he's going to do here. Oh, queen f4. Okay, I didn't know what he was going to do. Thought he was going to go queen f1. This makes more sense, I guess. I suppose. Yeah. See, this might be the detail that I missed. Now I'm just losing a piece. Unless I can find something here. Hmm. The problem is I have to move my queen, but then I lose my knight. And I don't see a way around that. Queen e3, he also just takes the knight. There is no tricks. Maybe there's one more trick. Maybe there's one more trick. Yeah, everybody's saying bishop d6. He just takes it with the queen. There's a rook. It looks like the candy man's getting some candy after all, guys. I gotta say, this is a strong 2100. It's like, yeah. Anyway, we'll check it. We'll check it. We'll check it. We'll do the procedure. I'm very curious. I'm actually very curious. Hey, Larly. This person has 2 accounts? How did you find that? How did you guys find that? All right. I have a couple ideas here. I go here, takes, and I at least get 3, 4, I at least get a pawn for my piece. I don't think we can do anything crazy like this, can we? We get a rook, moves. Is that actually possible? Takes h4. Takes check. Wow, is this actually a move? Hold on. Takes h4. Feels like it doesn't work, but let's see. We get a rook. We get another rook, but it's his turn. It's defended, but he can take here. Yeah, he takes there. See, that's the problem. And then what do? If I take, he's going to take with a triple fork. If I don't take and I try to defend, he's going to take. I take. He forks me anyway. So takes, check, here, takes, knight takes. Do I have any moves in that position? Oh, rook d8 maybe? On rook d8. Interesting. Let's say he just move. Well, he can't move. Okay, rook d8 is interesting. No, he has bishop d3. He goes bishop d8, but then I can go check. Wow, this is crazy. Is this my best chance, guys? I mean, this one's not realistically. This is not a good chance at all. All right, let's try it. I don't know. I'm actually gonna do something. This dude's 1800 in bullet. $1,800 in blitz. Hmm. All the streams in one playlist. You could just go to the channel and click on live, and then they'll just be there. So just go to the homepage of the channel, click live, and then you can see all the live streams. I'm sorry. What? Why did he resign? Why did he resign a winning position? Well, he probably just got himself reported from that right there. Let's see. Let's see. Second engine move. So it is on the engine list. This is third engine move. This is slightly bad. Second engine move. Second engine move. Interesting. And then resigns. I don't know, guys. Some weird vibes from this player. I'll just say that. I'll just say that. Looks like he disconnected or something. I guess the rice cooker broke. I guess it broke. All right, yeah, I can answer that question. Why did it say Queen F5 was a miss? Let's see. So queen f5 is no, that's the best move here. It wanted him to take. Rook c4. And knight takes c4. That's what the engine wanted. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm just to the point where it's like it honestly feels like the chances that they're rice cooking are greater than the chances that they're not. I don't even think we're at 50-50 anymore. I think this is kind of ridiculous. Somebody told me, they said 30 minutes is even worse. This one, I don't know about this guy. Maybe not. But it's not, trust me when I say it is not easy to figure out all of these critical moves in a position like this. Yes, you can look back after the fact and say, oh yeah, of course, that's obvious. You go queen f5, you go bishop takes f6, followed by here. But like to navigate that, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's not that difficult. I don't know. Maybe I'm just bad. I could just be bad at chess. Read my he got banned? He's already banned? Is that why it resigned? Did it just kick him off? Okay. Oh, he's been. Oh. Wow. And then we already know that the other guy I played was cooking. Did he get banned too? No, he's not banned yet. Davis. Davis is not banned. So you're going to tell me that out of 4 games that I played today, 3 of them were against rice cookers. Wow. Wow. I mean, what is happening here, guys? Well, like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Oh. I'm going to try to get one last game in here. One last game if we can find someone who's not cooking. It's, you know, it's really hard to stay motivated to just play your best when you feel like there's a good chance you're just playing against rice cookers, because it's no fun playing against Stockfish. I mean, if you guys have ever like said to yourself like, all right, I'm going to play Stockfish, you know, over and over again until I win. Yeah, that'll last for like 3 games. And then you're like, yeah, this is not going to happen. Right. It's so defeating. I'm feeling that with so many cheaters lately. It's man. Yeah, troll cheating me. That's probably what's happening actually. Is I don't really know how to avoid that. How do I stop that? $10? Go back to 10 minutes? Yeah, we could do that. I mean, I really wanted to play the longer time controls, you know, to get used to the feel where I went to some OTB tournaments, but okay, since 2020. Hmm. Play knight f6 here. Go e6 and bishop b4, I think. Okay, b6. I don't know if bishop a6 is good against this move. I think I'll just play bishop b7 because I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. I'm going to jump in and play like maybe f5 here. I don't have to. Let's see. I'm thinking if I want to. Let's see what he plays first. He does castle. Okay, so we could go for like a stonewall with the bishop fianchettoed. Hmm. Yeah, we could do that. Or just more traditional with like d5. Let's go f5. I like f5. Let's do this. Okay. If he takes, I could just take back. It's not a big deal. I mean, this might be premature, but I kind of want to just attack. It might be too soon. You know what I'm saying, guys? I'm going to just maybe develop in castle. I don't want to go crazy here. This is not a 10-minute game. So. Okay, so he goes here. He's threatening queen h5. So we could stop that with h5. No, then his knight comes in. So probably we just need to castle. Oh, does queen g4 win a pawn? Wait a second. Wait a second. I am going to play h5. I don't want his queen coming in. So I want to make sure I shut out the queen. On here, I will just go like rook h6 and trade. Not a big deal. But I want to make sure the queen doesn't come in. Start causing me problems. Here, knight f4, maybe just g6 or h4 or something. You found the channel via Google and you're looking for some good recipes with rice. Well played. Well played. I don't know. I think my brain is fried from trying to beat the rice cookers. Honestly. I really think it is. I'm gonna kick the knight out of here and try to get castled the other way. I think I didn't play this opening correctly. Knight here, we're gonna go with this one. Wow, Queen D3. Seriously? But what happens if I take? You're gonna just try to checkmate me? Oh my. Wow, that's a move, isn't it? Okay. Takes, check, I can run and I'll be fine. So he's gonna take with the knight. And then he's gonna go here. If I go rook h6, he's got knight f7. Takes, takes, I'm losing. If I go rook h6 first, what happens there though? Takes, check, I can just go back. Then he can fork me. Check. Should be okay. Fine. Maybe we go rook h6 first here. So we stop the queen. And now we are threatening to take. Why don't I buy a rice cooker? That's a great idea. Why don't I just buy a rice cooker? Knight g6. Oh, is he threatening something with that move? I'll just move my bishop, keep it alive. Also, it kind of like shuts out the rook a little bit, which is nice. So I should have gotten a bunch of points back, right? From that draw. Yes, I did. I got 5 points back. Okay, cool. Knight f4. Ah, okay. So he wants to hit me this way. I'm going to defend it. And maybe I'm finally ready to play knight d7 in castles. Maybe. So now he's got the discovered attack on the rook here. If I move, does the knight just jump back in? What happens on g5? g5. Knight moves. Rook g6. e4 is not good for me. So, say knight d7. Also has knight here. If this takes, that doesn't look good for me. Knight d7, he's just going to take my pawn. No, but then I could at least castle. Something. Oh, then he has knight takes here. Wow. Yeah, position's kind of falling apart, huh? Rook h7, he has e5. Rook h8, he has knight g6. All right, I better just play this and give him the discovered attack. At least it's defended. So, for example, takes, takes, takes. At least I get two pieces. Then I can fight on. Getting ready to castle. Okay, here he comes, e5. So I guess we start with the obvious things first. So what happens if I take it? I assume he's going to take back. I take. And what is his plan? Takes, takes. He wants to go knight g6. So knight g6 hits the queen. Hits the rook. Yeah, it seems pretty smart, I guess. So what can I do about that? Actually, really, he can play knight g6 at any moment. And I have to move my queen, and then I lose the rook. Unless I just sack. But the problem with sacking is he takes with the check, and I can't get castled. I have to make an awkward move where my rook is stuck. I don't love that. If I don't take, though, what's happening? Like, that can't be a good move. I think we have to take. We have to take. It's not going to be good for me, but no reason to waste my time when that's what I have to do, right? Okay, he takes back. I mean, if I let's see, if I take with the bishop and this happens, then my knight's hitting the queen, so I have some time to do something. If he goes there immediately, what happens? There. Still the same thing. Wow, that's amazing. Or is it? Hmm. I don't know, guys. I'm having a rough time here. Takes. Yeah, my brain is not really working. All right. I don't know. I'm going to take this pawn. I'm having a really difficult time calculating this position for some reason. I think I'm just tired. I think I've just been playing for too long. Seems. Jack. Oh, that's not going to cut it. Ah. The problem is, if I take, he's going to go knight g6, and he unleashes the bishop, and he hits my queen. But queen c5 check, bishop e3 takes, doesn't do anything. He still plays knight g6, hits my queen and my rook. And I don't have anything. I don't have any way to, like, attack here. I'm trying to get another piece involved somehow. And it maybe after the queen moves. Okay, he moves there. He defends his piece. Now I'm just down a piece. Of course. Of course. Oh. I don't think I have anything here. I think he could just move his knight back and be happy. What is he thinking about? Rook E1? Maybe knight D. Yeah, I guess there is actually a lot of options. Oh boy. Goes 93. Okay. If I take, he takes, I take his knight. I don't even know if that's any good. My rook is hanging. We can't take. 5 maybe. Oh, this position is awful, isn't it? H5 and move my rook to attack. Yeah, we'll try that. We will try it. Leonid. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. He's taking away that option. He's attacking my rook. Guess that's a pretty good move. Yeah. I'll block it off, I guess. These knights are just so strong here. Why didn't I play rook g6 last move? Here? Rook g6? Because it never even crossed my mind. You want to go here? Interesting. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Uh-oh. What's he doing? What's he doing? Yeah. Doesn't look like I'm going to be surviving this, does it? What's he thinking about? Why doesn't he just do it? Just do it already. Unless I have queen f8. Queen f8 save me? Check here, check queen f8. Oh, he's going to do that instead. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah. Can't compete with this guy. Can't compete. I didn't even calculate. I'm just playing moves to finish out this game. Maybe there's a perpetual check or something. Or not. Can't take it. Because the old in means I have to take this one. Hey, we got a pawn for the knight. Honestly, this is like better than I thought I was going to end up with, considering what the position looked like a second ago. Let's try to stop the pawn. I mean, I can't really stop it. He's got an extra piece, but we'll try. Yeah. Why doesn't he just go here? What is he doing? Go here. You go here, you push it, you get a queen. Like, super obvious. Okay. Yeah, or that. Sure. Maybe he'll stalemate me. Look like it. All right, let's check it. Let's do the procedure. I think I just messed up the opening. H5 was a bad idea because of F3. Knight G5 is the best move. What? What? Okay, wow. Knight G5. And if I take this, you also go there? That's interesting. Queen D3 is good, it's just not the best. Knight G6 is good. Apparently this was better, but I'm not sure why. Oh, because queen takes B2. Wait, and oh, you can't play rook F2 because of this. So that would have been a better try, although white wouldn't have had to play knight G6. Knight takes E6 is winning. I have no idea if my opponent would have saw that or not. For some reason I think they would have, but rook D8 was just bad. Yep. 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 Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'm just not playing well because of the rice cooking or what, but 2100s feel like impossible to beat right now. So I'm going to call it a night, guys. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you learned something, although this is kind of getting ridiculous. More than half of the games were rice cookers, so. Yeah, I can go back to 10-minute games. Doesn't help for the training for over the board chess, but this 30 minutes seems like it might even be worse. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate you being here. And Steven, thank you guys. All right, have a good night, and I'll see you guys next time.